My body hurts. Anyways, Jevin, yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Anybody got a good stretching routine? My chest has been really tight, like here, for like months. Anybody got a good stretching routine to like stretch out my pecs, I guess? Or maybe my rib cage. Maybe it's my rib cage. I don't know. I think it might be my bed. I think something's fucked up with my bed. I think I gotta get a new mattress. Ugh. Oh, man. Oh, Golden. It's time for the sloppy slop. It is time for the sloppity slop. Sloppity slop slop. Sloppity. It could also just be my horrendous posture. It is now coming to bite me in the ass after all of these years of being a computer degen. Now my posture is coming out to kill me, which honestly probably deserved. All right, so we have electrical components. The cabin manager keeps track of all the electrical components and item spawn points, right? Makes sense. We can also make it so the cabin manager also keeps track of maintenance tasks. And that could be a a great way to like keep track of what is breaking, and then also the front of the train. So the front of the train kind of manages a bunch of stuff. Although maybe the game state should be the one managing things, not the front of the train. What does the front of the train do? I think it randomly generates everything. Where's my train? The main engine, the BP main engine. Right, it just generates the train. Hey, well, we'll figure it out. I wish instead of me picking from a really stupid array, I wish I could just, I don't know, look at a folder and then just select a random cabin type from the folder. Because I'm pretty sure that's in a folder. Levels, train templates. Aha! See? You see? Although for some reason the main engine is in here. That kind of sucks. Eh, well, whatever. I also have to move a bunch of these elements to the main train. The main train does not have, well, for one, it doesn't have smoke. It has the old item system. It's got old lights in here and everything. We should probably start porting all of this over to the actual train that's going to be in the actual game. How's the fan animated? It's a material. Obviously. It's just a texture that's already like pre-blurred. And then we slapped a rotator in it. And that's about it. That's about it. That's the whole spiel. And that's how we get it to be spinning. Stupid me would have put a bone in there and animated it. I think the number one thing that I try to do is if we can do it on the GPU, let's do it on the GPU. Like that's the number one thing I try to like think of when I think of like any idea, because bones are expensive. Skeletal meshes and bones, very expensive. So if you could do something on GPU or in a material or something, there's usually a large likelihood that it'll run a lot better using that than the other things. Okay, so today we need to make a monitor We need to make a monitor that keeps track of which cabins have errors. We also need to keep track of... Yeah. We need to do that. And then we actually need to start sending that information over. I don't know if the game state has... If we've already started doing some of that stuff in the game state. Let's see. We have the train state, which has some of the basic stuff, but that's not necessarily enough there. I think we'd want to do this on the game state, though. I do think we'd want to do this on the game state. Do you die if you jump into the fans? No, no. I don't think you will. Like, I'm probably going to cover that up with, like, a grate or something. So if a player does jump on it, they don't die. Maybe we could do that right now while I try to, like, brainstorm in my head how we're going to confront this. Rarity for item spawning, item tag / type. Okay, faults / maintenance system. Create a base blueprint for maintenance jobs so they can be marked as complete or required. You have to communicate to one of the random trains to cause an error. It'll select from a list or an array on the cabin manager to then do the thing. Do we want to do a get all actors of class? I don't think so. I think the game state should keep track of each one of these on startup. And then maybe we filter it from front to back. How can you filter a list of actors by location? Or do I have to do that manually? Am I going to have to filter? Am I going to have to like do a sorting algorithm to sort on my own? Sort integer array. Oh, fuck. I just sort by predicate? On a custom blueprint delegate. Wait, hold on. I'm just looking at something cool. Left, right. Why sort? Just insert an order? I guess we could do that actually. I guess what I'd have to do is just make it so the server, the only one that would actually add this to the game state would be the server. Because the server is the only one that really needs to know all of these engine cabins. So we could definitely do that. You know, that you know what? Give that guy a lifetime supply of oxygen. Yeah, yeah. Good call. Good call. Dude, hell yeah. Congrats on the lifetime supply of oxygen. Or air, or whatever the thing is that we breathe with. I'm pretty sure it's oxygen, but I think someone tried to rage bait me one time and telling me that it's not oxygen. I don't know. I failed physics and science and but oxygen. Anyways, oxygen. Did I play Detroit Become Human? I did not. No, I did not. I have not. Not my type of game. I've watched gameplay of it though. I've watched like a full playthrough. Like it looks like a cool game. It's just not my type of game. That being said, a lot of games are not really my type of game these days. To be fair, yeah. Dude, how do people like sit in an office chair with correct posture? How do they do it? Like my arm doesn't have enough. I feel like I'm cutting off the blood flow to my arm. But if I lean in too much, then my shoulders go forward. The hip trend nowadays is just to stand. I don't have a standing desk. And you guys are just gonna see my like crotch during the entire time. If I stand up right now without a standing desk, and also that just wouldn't make any sense. I don't gotta have a standing desk. I'm not fancy enough for a standing desk. Also, standing hurts. 90-degree angle arms, good chair, plus proper height desk. I don't know. Dude, I don't know how to do this. How do you make those decision systems like in Detroit? I don't know. With code? I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. Well, you're going to need a UI, then each option will have to be a thing that you put in through like an array or something. Just engage shrimp mode and be cool with it. Bro, I've already been in shrimp mode for the last like 20 years being a computer degen, okay? And now I'm paying the price because my fucking chest hurts. Either that or my mattress fucking sucks, which is highly probable. Highly probable. What am I working on? I'm working on a co-op horror survival game thingy. But right now, we are working on a system for basically the gameplay loop, essentially. So the train state tick would periodically determine when a maintenance task needs to be assigned. Okay, let's make a list. Let's make a to-do list. Okay, first we need to add array of cabin managers to game state. Cabin managers array gets populated during construction on server/authority. Like technically clients can also get an array, but it's not necessary. It's mostly just the server. Gets populated during create blueprint for maintenance tasks. Add array of maintenance tasks to cabin manager. Populate array of maintenance tasks. Okay. I got my hands on Outlast 1 source code. Time to mod it. How did you do that? Are you a criminal? It was leaked? So you are a criminal. I see. I will be sending this message to the authority. Don't worry, I ain't no snitch. Anyways. Add a range of camera managers and games. Camera managers break is popular during construction on service authority. Create a blueprint for maintenance tasks. Add an array of maintenance tasks. Cabinet manager. Populate the array of maintenance tasks. My stepdad-in-law, uncle, brother's sister's dad works for the FBI. It's over, buddy. It's over. What engine was Outlast built in? Unity. I don't know. I'm just memeing. Game Maker. UDK? Godspeed, brother. I wouldn't want to mod that. I'm just kidding. I've actually never used UDK. I think I tried to use it like a long time ago, before UE4 ever released. I think this was when I was younger. When I was like just playing Star Wars all day long, like a fucking degenerate. And I think I installed UDK or something. I tried out something, I remember. And I didn't understand a single thing I was looking at, dude. I didn't understand a single thing I was looking at. Wait, what? The stream's on 1080p 60? Wait, when did I make the stream 1080p? Chat, has the stream been 1080p this entire time? I thought this shit was supposed to be 900 something p. 963p. Ah, whatever. Whatever. I don't remember when I put this on 1080p. Okay, add an array, create a blueprint, populate the array of maintenance tasks. Okay, good. So, like, what's the next piece of the puzzle? We need UI to show where the faults are occurring. The leaks didn't just leak Outlast 1, they leaked Outlast 2 and Outlast Trials. It was a huge leak back then. What the hell? What happened? I watch in 160p to prevent spoilers. Okay, that's pretty funny. What does the stream look like on 160p? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like. This is what my game looks like on screen resolution, screen percentage 60. Oh shit, now I'm making it worse. It's just multiplying. It's getting worse and worse. It's like I'm wearing glasses. I can't even tell what's going on anymore. That's awesome. Check Discord. You can actually still kind of make out things in 160p. You just can't read any text. Like, you can see Kek W. It's like right there. Look, Kek W's right there. Look, you see it. Mustache, pixels. You know, like, you could literally see, you could tell what's going on. It's pretty discernible. Discernible? Is that the right word? Am I using the right words? Maybe I should just stop using complex English. Is discernible considered a complex word? Just discernible, as in like able to be discerned. Thank you, Google, you stupid fuck. Able to be discerned. You literally, isn't that like 101 of specifying a definition for a word, is that you do not create the definition using the word within the definition? Able to be discerned, discernible. That's crazy. Also, audio on 160p is so funny. I know. I've accidentally, it's for some reason, sometimes my streams on Twitch just like go down to 720p for no reason, and I'm like, why does the stream look like shit? And it's like, oh, because Twitch changed the setting for some reason. It's very good. Good. Love that. I gotta refill my water soon. I gotta get a bigger cup. This is crazy. Look at the size of this fucking thing. And it's not even that big because it's like a vacuum cup. So in reality, this is actually a lot smaller than what the cup shows. People are able to stream on 1440p 120 FPS. I watch a Deadlock streamer who streams on 1080p 90 FPS, I think. The thing with doing that though is that does fuck over like some people that watch on TV and sometimes mobile. Like when you start going outside of the bounds of like 1080p 60, it like things mess up. And of course, the other thing that to consider is when you go 1440p or something like that, there's probably a large likelihood that there's a large subset of viewers that literally can't even load that. Like their internet is just not good enough. Now, you would assume, oh, it's 2026, internet should be better. Unfortunately, no. Fortunately, no. That is not entirely true. All right, cabin manager. Let's do the thing. My new case arrives today. You excited? Dude, anytime I have like a PC hardware thing coming in, I'm always like looking at Amazon or whatever website, and I'm like, is it here? Is it here? Is it here yet? Where is it? Wait, how am I going to get the cabin manager that's associated with that level? Oh, shit. Wait, okay, now that I think about it, maybe this might be a little harder than I thought it would be. So the main engine goes in and spawns a level instance. You cannot find an actor of class in just one level. Alternatively, the cabin manager adds itself to the game state. Ah, yes. Yes, my brain is doing its thing. It's doing its thing, man. That's crazy. Hell yeah. All right. Now, currently, because of the way this is done, this is not going to add it in order because we have all of these loaded already. So when we actually start working on the actual game, in the actual level, in the actual world, with the actual systems that we have in place, this should function a lot better. Which, by the way, speaking of which, maybe we should start doing that. maybe we actually make the game do the thing. Yeah. I'm just so tired. I don't know if I'm getting sick or not. Dude, I feel so tired and I just like I feel like I'm slowly getting better, but I'm also not at the same time. Something's in the air, man. Something's in the water. I don't know what it is. Something's in the water. They put nanite in the water? Oh, of course. Of course they do that. Do I have an interface for the game state? They put lumen in the water? Man, these motherfuckers, man. Let me tell you. Anyways, it's time to make some lasagna. You thought it was gonna be spaghetti. No, we're stacking shit up. It's lasagna. It's time for some lasagna. So this should work on the server because it's going through authority. Although we should be doing a check if it's just is server. That might be better than authority, but whatever. So from here, we want to take the cabin managers and add a unique value. And the unique value is going to be ourselves. And so now the cabin manager will be added to this, which is cool. Very cool. So now we're keeping track of all the cabin managers. Now, that being said, it is not doing it in the way that I want it to be, which is starting from front to back. It's probably going to do it randomly because all of these assets are being loaded in at different points in time. Whereas with the randomly generated one, this loads in a loop. So it should, in theory, put all of these one by one, in theory. Theoretically, in theory, this should work. In theory, yes. Now, that being said, it probably won't, because... Ah, fuck. No, it should. No, but it's being loaded as a soft object, so it's possible this is happening asynchronously. We'll find out. We'll find out if this is a problem or not. I think it might be. Did you guys just see that? Did you see that? The cabin in the back and the cabin that was just in front of us at different... Oh, fuck. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just sort it. We'll just let the fucking thing sort it. We'll come up with some sort of sorting algorithm to sort it from front to back. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Whatever. Shoot me. Or don't. Don't do that, actually. Let me go ahead and move over some of this stuff. It's time to move over some of this stuff to the real train. So then we can actually start making the video game. You know what I mean? Right? So we'll delete that, and then we'll save it. Yeah, Ripper Junkie, how you doing? Gonna copy over all of this stuff. Did we copy over the ladder? We didn't even copy over the ladder. That's crazy. So let's go ahead and copy all that. We'll even copy the smoke. Copy that thing. We'll copy the lights. Some of the item spawns. Copy the locker. The item spawn in the locker. And then ideally, we'd probably want to grab those player starts, but that's okay. Here we are. This is definitely not in the right spot. Wait, there's no... It was almost on the fucking dot! The difference is 0.7. Yo, dude, I'm so fucking good. I'm so good. Holy moly, that's insane. Clean someone's mess in the code is amazing. When you work in a team, the code will always be a mess. I don't know. When I try to work in a team, the number one thing that I try to think about is how are other people going to perceive this code and stuff like that. But not everyone has that time and energy to do that. So I get it, I guess. But it is what it is. BP train main engine is incompatible. Uh-oh. Right. Because this is a blueprint version. Oh, fuck. What is the main engine composed of? Is it just actor? Hear me out. I changed the parent class to the static mesh actor instead. Because it's fine. This is all in 000 anyways. And then that way we can select it. And this should still work just the same as anything. I don't know about you, but that seems like a pretty fucking good idea to me. Getting really good at physics constraint stuff. I made a kinematic physics constraint. There's a hybrid of the physics handle and physics constraint. Wait, what? What's the hybrid elements of each? Like which elements did you take from the handle versus the physics constraint?
Shit my pants, I did.
Deshaun, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Like in my case, I'm working on the traversal system that's done by a former dev. I had to refactor the entire system and it took 2 months. Oh my. Do you think I should lowercase my name to Sunny FBX instead of underscore FBX? I don't know, man. What kind of science are we talking about? Oh, well, the capitals might seem too professional. Well, the capitals might seem aggressive. Or, well, the capitals... Hey, who cares, man? It's fine. I think it looks fine. I think the only problem you might come across, though, Sonny, is that FBX, technically, the file format, if that's what you're going for, I think has some pretty gnarly legal stuff attached to it, which is why some companies have issues with FBX file formats. If I remember correctly, I could be waffling, so don't take my word for it. They can eat my ass. Well, you would like that, wouldn't you? They can eat. No, I actually don't know what the deal is with FBX though. What is that supposed to mean? I don't know. You might enjoy it. I don't know. I don't. Or at least, okay, hold on, let me rephrase. I have never, it's never happened to me, but I don't think I would enjoy it. Doing nor getting the action. Anyways, whatever, man. Why, I don't want to, I'm not, Fifth Amendment, I am not choosing to, I'm choosing to not, I can't even use these words anymore. Elaborate. Is it the Fifth Amendment? I don't know. I'm reading some stuff. The approach of a physics handle is it's only one component, but having the full configuration, like how the physics has it, where you can set the angular and linear limits and the drives and stuff. Basically, the physics engine, I found they literally just create a kinematic sphere with no collision, create a constraint between that sphere and the simulating object. So it's not an actor or component in the world, but it exists in the physics world. Interesting. I'm probably going to be porting over my system to the... probably going to be porting all that stuff to... right now I use a physics handle, but I'm probably just going to use a physics constraint instead, because the physics handle, for some reason, ignores mass of literally anything else, which is not helpful for me. Gonna be a fun refactor. Can't wait for that. Does Canon have like freedom of speech amendments and shit like that, like in America? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm sure there's some versions of it, but probably not to the degree of the US. I can give you this kinematic physics train if you want. But you said it required a bit of C++. Send me a video of what it looks like. Like you maybe dragging an object and possibly like dragging it into other objects. Like, does it take into account the mass of the other objects? Have I watched the SDF game engine video yet? No. Which video is that? SDF? Signed distance field? Game engine video? The point of physics constraints is that it takes mass into account. Right, right. So that was kind of your system. So you're still using the physics handle, but it takes into account mass? How would you even edit that? I guess you could take a physics handle and then create your own version of it and then do some C++ on it. I'm about to type something real bad with that acronym. SDF. Don't type it. I don't even want to know. I like to live in ignorance. Don't even tell me. I don't even want to know. It's a physics constraint, but with only one component instead of connecting two of them. Interesting. Would you, in theory, want to have two components, though, in a game that has mass? Like, if you were to drag an object up, but it's too heavy, wouldn't you want, like, your intended point to be a component, and then the actual component that you're dragging? Or, like, how would that function? Because with physics handles, it uses the target location, if I remember correctly. That could be, like, component 1, and component 2 would be the actual object you're dragging. Where am I? What are we doing? Where am I with this? Hold on, I've lost... Oh, right. We had to convert this into a static mesh. Yes. Okay. It's all coming back to me. Is this all working still? Let me double check. Yes, the train is still generating properly. The door is the wrong way. The door is also being dynamically loaded in, which is extremely unnecessary. And I believe that's this entire system right here. Door. Base door. Now, as you can see, do you see these white boxes? Well, this is my way of, because it's a physics object, this is my way of setting the constraints of how far the door can open and close. Because I'm stupid, and then in-game they're set to invisible. That's how this works, for those wondering. Because I had no idea how we could set constraints through code. Because I'm, skill issue. Because I'm stupid. I'm sure the gamer mob would probably be like, well, this guy's an idiot. And I would agree. You thought I was smart? Hell no. Why the fuck is there wind in here? Oh right, I forgot. The main engine, I think, does not have the correct collisions. Also, it does not have the correct tags. Which I don't think matters, but... Psh. Ah, it's something I forgot to do. We're lacking, there's no audio volume in here. Okay. Did I see the new Steam Workshop stuff? I saw. There's version control in Steam Workshop. Very cool. Launching a successful indie game? I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm smart. I wouldn't say having a successful game release considers me as suddenly smart or whatever. Right, we still have the issue where wind appears on the inside of the cabin. I put this down as a task that I need to fix. Something I did off stream though is I made it so if the wind actor appears in an opening that's opposite of the direction of movement, it will lower the volume of it. I know that was something that people were like, it doesn't really make much sense if wind is coming from the opposite side. Now the only problem is fixing this. Sounds pretty horrendous. Okay, another thing we're missing in the train, in the main engine cabin, the sound effects and the particle effects. Sorry for the wall of text. Let me see here. It got an essay in chat. What the physics handle does is it tries to orient the grabbed objects to whatever the physics handle is, which you can't customize. Mine basically gives you that customization. The spring forces of object A having its forces apply on B is what physics are created to do, but it only works if both are similar to physics. So if you're kinematic, then you'll probably need to code it to limit how far from the object can go if the distance tries to exceed the constraints reach. Yeah, if you can throw me... did you create a C++ subclass of the physics handle to get that kind of going? I'd be more than happy to pay you, I don't know, like $100 or something for that. Just inherited from scene component. Wait, what? So wait, you essentially recreated the physics handle stuff? Or are you just like copied some of this stuff and then kind of created your own system from it? Sounds a bit like you kind of went on, did a little custom solution. My only concern would be how that, I guess because it's a scene component, it should be fine, is how it functions with Smooth Sync, which is a plugin that I use for all of our items and stuff. Intern Mod reporting in. TSNY, how are you? How are you? You're kind of late. But it's okay. We won't mark that down for your college. We might let them know some other stuff though. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like... there might be something else on the report, you know. Should be fine with Smooth Sync. Yeah, dude, I'm down with it. If that could resolve my issue, and then I'll just swap out the functions. Is it still using the, is it using the same functions? Don't tell my entire college what I did. I could put it in a plugin. If you could do that, that'd be sick. Is it using the same kind of stuff that the physics handle uses, which is like, you know, because I've been using all this stuff, the linear dampening, all this stuff, but I could definitely modify it based off of how your system is working. And then I imagine it's probably using the grab component stuff and whatnot. I can always just fucking, either way, I'd have to refactor this anyway, so. It's using the physics constraint functions. Oh, physics constraint rather than the physics handle. Okay. Okay. I could probably just modify it. I like the sound of what you got though. If you could take a video, that would help me too, just to confirm if it is actually kind of in the direction. But it sounds like it is kind of what I need for this though. This game is going to be huge. I just know it. Predicting 2027 YouTube video, how I made millions. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe time will tell. I don't know. Only time will tell, right? If the charm, if the flair is there, which I think, you know, as we get the monsters in and all the other various things, I think maybe we can determine if it actually is going to be a good game, or just yet another fucking friendslop flunk. There's quite a few friendslop games that have come out that kind of, you know, did okay. I'd keep a low profile. Honestly, that's the way to go. I think having success, financial success and whatnot, and having a pretty low profile, I feel like is the way to go. That's why I don't like releasing numbers about how my game did, because I actually just genuinely feel like it doesn't provide any value to anyone. Like, in my opinion, I know some people might say, well, oh, I don't know if that's entirely true. I kind of like those videos talking about income reports and revenue reports, but I honestly think, like, for the large majority of people, I feel like it's just like, I don't know, it brings in bad vibes for me. That's the kind of what I think. It brings in some bad vibes. I also don't like being like, how I made, you know, $1 million, because then that people are gonna, I feel like people look at that as a tutorial. It's like, no, everyone's going to succeed in different ways. Everyone's going to find ways that they do things in different ways. It's not, you know, a one size fits all kind of thing. You're also a little wrong. Like, I'm sure some people find value in it. Don't get me wrong. But you should say that in your YouTube interview video. I've had people contact me to do like a podcast, not podcast, but like a talk thing. I don't know. That shit gives me too much anxiety, man. I think I did that a couple times. I think with Dan. I think Honest Dan. I think we did. I think we did a thing. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember anymore. It's been years probably since then. I can't do that shit. It's too stressful. Did I reach out to Cascadel to feature my game because you used them? I don't think I'm the best person to do that because because I have talked badly about Cascadel. Like I just not it's good and it's some of the workflow makes me want to slam my head into a table. Mainly because skill issue, but yeah. I don't think they've reached out to me though. No. Yo, what's up, Forbes 100 entrant 21? How we doing today? What the fuck? Has any game dev actually? Wait, I'm sure there's probably one game. You know those like videos where it's like someone reading Twitter posts, or like social media posts, and then they answer them. Is that Forbes? Which news channel does that? Where am I? So this is now a static mesh. We've moved over all of the stuff, the goods. Now we just need the cabin manager. And now, because we made this a static mesh actor, it can now actually specify the train main engine as a thing. And then we can gather all the objects that are inside of it, including the item spawn volume. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. That's so sick. That's so sick. All right. Now all we need to do is actually like make an actual game level. We just need to make an actual game level, like the actual game level, like the level for the game, like the actual game. Is this my new multiplayer game? Yes, yes. Well, new, like a month and, how long has it been since we worked on this chat? Month and a half, maybe? Game? This is a game? It's the concepts of a plan for a game, yeah. It's got the concepts of a plan of a game. What should we do? It's been like 2 whole months, dog? Bro, I don't even know if that's true. Let me see. I can find out. Date modified. Wait, no. Date created. When was it created? November 2nd. But I'm pretty sure I only actually started on this like way later. Yeah, I guess it has been like 2 months. Technically. In theory. 2 months since this U project was created. So it's been a month in 3 weeks. Or some. Am I making good progress? I don't know. I feel like you hear those stories where it's like, we made peak in whatever time frame. And I'm like, oh. I'm making good progress for myself. Yeah. Okay. So. Let's duplicate this level as the actual game level. We're gonna make this the actual game level. Where's this level even found? Level underscore third person. Where the fuck? Oh, hey. All right. Game level. Game world level. Game world. World game level. Game world level. That's it. We're in the game world level. Now we just delete all this other random shit. Delete this, delete that, delete that, delete this. We need that. Keep that there. Now you're probably wondering, Krim, why are you deleting all this manually? Well, I don't know. Next question. Okay. Skylight, directional light, world time, replicator, whatever the hell that is. They just be naming anything these days. Move this bad boy to world 0. This is gonna be... Oh wait, I can move this around. One of these I can't move around and it's stuck at 0, 0, 0. Oh, it's this one, because this is not... What even object type is this? Parent class actor. Mobility has no root component. What the hell does that even mean? Okay. Cabin engine. It's time for you to go. This guy. Put you into 0. Oh my god, it's happening. It's chat. It's happening. The video game is being created. We're actually forming. We are now in forming the video game mode. We got 2 trains. Is there anything else that I missed around here? Alright, well, it's time to delete the old train. Goodbye, old train. There's a random fire task there. Let's take these player starts. Let's move them in the right spot. This is it. Megatron? I was out for a nap. That's going on your performance report. That might be going on your performance report. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, let's delete all this stuff. I beg of thee, I am sick. Alright, fine. I'll allow it for this once, because I too am sick. Wait. Do we have the furnace lights and all this stuff in here? Like the furnace ambience? Yeah, we do. Oh, shit. Oh, but the status monitor! Did we cut? Oh, we did. Never mind. Sorry. I got riled up for no reason. Oh, but the spotlight on the front of the train! It's not there. It's not. It's there now. We're putting it there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The spotlight at the front of the train. It's necessary. We need it. The smoke, the random light, that thing. These item spawns. And whatever that is. Okay. Wow. Wow. We're in. The video game is here. We have the video game. Audio volume is in. What the fuck? Wrong one. Playground. Delete the folder. There is no playgrounds here. Shouldn't that be attached to the train, just saying? What would be attached to the train? What you making? What's this game? It's a co-op survival horror game, kind of friendslop, like Repo or Lethal Company. You and your friends have to keep the train going by repairing things and feeding the engine with random items that you find along the train. And you're also transporting monsters who are passengers in this world. Kind of a Monsters Inc. kind of vibe. Can't wait to see you respawn the train 50 times to get the room you want. Wait, don't talk about that. Listen. Okay, we don't talk about it. The tunnel's back. We got the tunnel. The tunnel's back. The spawns are still here. All right, we're cooking. We're in. We're in. These trains are the old designs, though, as you can see, so we're gonna have to start porting that over. The problem is, all of these trains are one singular static mesh, which is diabolical. That's on, like, that's, like, on par with, like, a toothbrush having 5,000 bristles, you know? Like, we need to... we need to resolve our horrible workflow for these trains. Is it animation-based, or are you using it physics-based? These are all physics-based. These are physics-based. Yeah, physics-based, physics-based. 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 Time to go in. We need to fuel the train. Yeah, it's all physics. And it works in multiplayer, I think. We do need a clicking noise when we lock the locker. UE physics is so powerful and fun, but not everyone takes advantage of them. The UE physics, I haven't run into too many issues, but from what I've heard from other people, like, they do run into quite a few issues with Chaos, which is the UE5's new physics stuff. But, yeah. You have such goofy sounds. Dude, I want to do more of them. I don't want the sound effects to be too, like, realistic, because then I feel like, this one sounds good, but it's kind of realistic-ish. But it's a good sound. It's like a sliding door sound. I think having some sound effects that are kind of goofy is a good time. We need to make it so this door can close. Oh. Is there a spotlight that I accidentally forgot to delete in here? I think I did. Oh. Oh. Let me get some more water. I feel kind of low energy. I've been feeling really low energy these past few days. I don't know if it's like because I was sick and now like my body's recovering and like maybe I'm still sick. I don't know. Hold on. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a larger cup. This is a joke. I'm back. Hey. Hey. You kill an enemy, the secondary weapon you have gets dropped or swapped with the enemy's one. You should be able to quickly just hit E and it'll swap the weapon with the enemy's one. You're right though. I ended up maybe my body's like used to getting actual calories in the morning now. So I went and picked up one of my oat slops. Oh, this is a thick one. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones that didn't have enough milk. I feel like I'm mixing up dough. Didn't at Discord, by the way. There's no way I didn't at the Discord, man. There's no way I didn't at the. I didn't forget. Anyways, I got myself some oat slop. Hold on. Yep. All right, so we are now in the actual game world. No dev level insight. It's just pure train slop. Yes. If you choose to have a rifle and you lose it because you engage with an enemy, you can remove it because it's annoying, but it's up to you. If you choose to have a rifle and you lose it because you engage with an enemy, you remove it because it's annoying. I'm not sure what you mean. You could throw it, like you can throw the rifle. That's what you mean. Make myself some rose hip slash hibiscus tea. I've been getting a little bit more into tea. Like my nighttime routine now is to have a chamomile tea, just to, I don't know, hope it helps me sleep. It doesn't really help me sleep. I think I found out I actually hate sleeping. I hate sleeping and then I hate waking up. So once I start sleeping, then I sleep in because I hate waking up and getting out of bed. But I also hate going to sleep, so I end up going to sleep really late. Anyways, let me do 5 push-ups because some asshole. Body. Usually a coffee junkie. Real. Ow. I'm gonna have my second coffee in an hour. Hell yeah. Okay. all coming together. I feel like the outside environment needs a little something more to it. But of course, you know, in due time. First and foremost, game world level. In the main menu, which I don't know where that is. In the main menu, here it is. We need to make it so we load the game world level. Game world level. Hell yeah. Let's also, ahead of time, go ahead and add that level to our list of things that need to be packaged. When you have a rifle or any secondary and you kill an enemy by fighting close combat, it automatically unequips the secondary, gets swapped. You have a rifle or any secondary and you kill an enemy by fighting close combat, it automatically unequips the secondary or gets swapped. Huh. Automatically unequips the secondary and gets swapped. It shouldn't, well, it'll only swap it if it does like an execution, but it should go back, it should technically go back to the weapon you had equipped. It should go back to the weapon that you had equipped. If not, then I gotta fix that. I don't know if maybe, are you playing on the beta version, Valentino? On Steam? Maybe I did end up fixing it, but it's on the beta. I don't know. Update queued for Deadlock. Is the update out? Probably not. Here to Moon. Fix all the bugs. It's not beta. I just got it a few days ago. Try out the beta version, Valentino. You might. Well, there's a lot of improvements in there. Let me see. Maybe I did bug fix that. Not a fix in here. I'll try it out. I'll see what's going on. It should technically swap back to your weapon, though. So I'll have to look into that. Okay, so this now loads this level, which is the proper level. Let's go ahead and make that blueprint for the maintenance tasks. Gotta do that. So add array of cabin managers to the game state. Done. Gets populated during construction on the server/authority. I think that's also done. It adds itself. Yes. Okay. So that's done. Create a blueprint for the maintenance tasks. Next. That's next on the chopping block. Where did I put the electrical components? Probably in objects, if I were to guess. So the test lamp derives from electronic actor. We could probably... duplicate this. I think. I'm a little worried. What if a maintenance task is also an electronic object? Blueprints confuse me. Can you make anything a blueprint? I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say anything. Like they're like, depends what you mean by anything. Like there's different versions of like node editors. Like the animation has its own version of like nodes while also using blueprints. The there was another one that I was thinking of, and it completely slipped my mind. Animations. There's... What was the other thing I was thinking about? There was another thing that uses nodes, but it uses its own system of nodes. Niagara, technically, yeah. It has its own node system. Materials was the other one I was thinking about. Materials uses its own node system as well. I'm gonna stop talking about super worries. You can focus on the devlog. Oh, there's no worries, Valentino. You can talk about it all you want. Do not worry about it. Okay, I'm at a bit of a conundrum. I guess I can figure it out. If a maintenance task is also an electronic object, what do we do then? Because if we make a new blueprint, see, this is the conundrum with these having an actor for an actor, a subclass of a subclass of a subclass. This does get pretty bad. We'll figure it out. Future me will figure it out, surely. Let's just duplicate this. BP underscore maintenance task actor. So electronic enabled, turn that off. We can delete that. Timed state, cell electronic state. Okay, so just a completely empty actor. Yeah. Does the blueprint have a list of components or an object has that list? So in the case of this, these are actors. Actors can have components. So it can have, you can put a static mesh in here, which gives it like an actual model. You can put audio in here. You can put a bunch of like components in here. There are other blueprint types that are components themselves, and those can't have component. Well, you can add components to those through blueprint, so you can technically do that, but yeah. Lyra did this really cool thing with items called fragments, and I actually use that concept for a lot of my shit now. Yeah, I probably, instead of having an actor for the electronic stuff, probably should have done this differently, but alas, here we are. Probably should have used like interfaces or something. Big mistake. I made a big mistake. For future crim to fix? Exactly. Let's double check if this train still works in multiplayer. For some reason... Why is the wind being calculated on the other clients? Because this might be a problem in multiplayer. Or maybe it won't be a problem. Or maybe it will be a problem. I don't know, we'll find out. Well, yeah, maybe we'll find out through some testing. Yeah. But all of the actors are in the bounds, so why is it suddenly... whatever. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Can you still get achievements in the beta? Yes. The beta functions basically just the same. Just with all the bug fixes and everything. Like, that beta is essentially going to probably be the next update. And then whenever that update comes out, it should work just fine on the original version. Like, it shouldn't have any issues. Shouldn't. Be warned. Be warned. But it functions very similarly. Future Crim hates you? Yeah, that's the conundrum that I'm in. Future Crim fixes so much shit, he's so cool. Guys, come on. You guys are glazing Future Crim. What about me? What about present me? Future me will end up just being present me anyways. Who cares about him? You're okay-ish? What the hell? You know, I didn't think about this. I probably should have put the maintenance task. Probably should have put this on in the other folder. All right, pipe valve, you will now be maintenance task actor. Okay, and then the fuse box will also be maintenance task actor. If Future Crim came back in this moment from a time machine, it would get ugly. It would get pretty ugly. For one, he'd be old. Present Crim is peasant Crim? Are you saying I'm going to be royalty in the future? I wouldn't want that. Okay. We technically have 2 maintenance tasks here. Now we just need to make it so the cabin manager has an array of maintenance tasks. Oakley dokley. All right. Could the Earth handle both of those noses? Well, the gravity might change a little bit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Did you know that Genghis Khan killed so many people that the Earth actually cooled a few degrees? What the fuck? Genghis Khan is Thanos? What the hell? I don't know my history, so... Sorry, this is how my ADHD brain works. Pretty cool. You got any more tidbits in there? Future Crim in the making? I am not Thanos. I am not Thanos. Let me fix my posture. Hold on. I'm slipping. I'm turning into a banana. I'm turning into banana Rick. I'm banana Crim. You can shoot me for that one. I'll allow you to shoot me in the face for that one. All right, maintenance task. So, in theory, once I gather the... Oh, shit. All right, let me do that again. In theory, once I do this, we should get 2 array elements. Yes! Oh, fuck yeah. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Electricity would go out if the fuse box is selected as a maintenance task. If the fuse box is selected as a maintenance task, that means that the electricity should go out. So the fuse box will talk back to the cabin manager and say, okay, put out all the lights and shits. And then allow this to randomize where the fuses are. And then we begin the mini game. Players can open this door, do the mini game, bring back the electricity, and then that would end the maintenance task. So that's the code. So we did this, add array of maintenance tasks, populate the array of maintenance tasks, yes. Fishing mini game when? Put down your pitchfork, it's okay. We might do a fishing mini game. There is a possibility. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, well, give me a second. I gotta eat my oat slop. Yeah, that would be the plan, KND. Literally, a cabin has a random chance of spawning that just has a kiddie pool on the inside of it. Just a random, boom, kiddie pool that you can fish in. Just right in the middle. Nothing else in the room. Just a kiddie pool. Right. Love the idea of the train being in a pocket dimension that's solely used for travel. I did think about making this a floating train rather than it being on rails. But I don't know. feel like that's boring. I feel like it's more interesting seeing an environment like move around you and stuff, you know? Oh, by the way, dude, I was watching Super play Minecraft yesterday. Dude, what the fuck? They added so much shit to Minecraft. There's a whole ass like monster that like smells and hears you and is blind with some like creepy shit. And then there's like a whole ass new like bunch of new biomes in the Nether that I've never seen in my life. They did some crazy shit to that game. What the hell? It's not the Minecraft I remember from 12 years ago. There's like new block types and everything. Crazy. Last time I played Minecraft is when they added in like... I think I stopped playing like right before they added horses. Pretty sure. Pretty sure I like stopped playing right before they added horses. Maybe even like way before that. People were getting pissed at them because all their updates added nothing. So they actually started releasing a ton of shit. Getting pissed at them because all of their updates added nothing. Gaming in 2026, by the way. I to this day, and I think nothing will change my opinion. Gamers say they hate live service, but then they're like, when a game doesn't get updates, they're pissed. So it's like, make up your fucking mind. Do you hate live service or do you not hate live service? Because it sounds a lot like you're advocating for live service. I don't know about you, but it sounds like you're advocating. I'm gonna eat some oat slop. They hate you specifically, it's personal. There was a guy that put a negative review, and it was a bunch of nonsense for Suit for Hire. And it was like, the person was pissed off because there were settings for like toggling inputs. And then they were pissed off that there was a setting for blood being disabled. To turn off blood. And then they brought up something about child soldiers or something. And then they brought up something about like bullets having physics. And then I looked at their reviews. They had 4 or 5 reviews that were already banned. They had so many reviews, like negative reviews of just random mumbo jumbo. And one of them, there was like 5 of them that were banned. So I did the sophisticated thing. I reported it because I was curious, and Steam actually banned it like a few hours later. W Steam! Sounds like a rage baiter, to be fair. Yeah. I wasn't rage baited. I read parts of it and I was like, what the hell is this guy waffling? What's he waffling about? There was another review that I saw, which I don't know if this is true. The person was able to refund the game, but they could keep the game open in the background, so they could keep playing the game, even though they refunded the game. That's apparently a thing on Steam. So now I'm understanding how those people have product refunded, but they have like 5 or 6 hours in the game. Is because they can keep the game open in the background while refunding the game. Which is interesting. Get 10 Steam reviews banned any percent. That's been a thing. I don't know if Steam can do anything or not. You would have to, like someone said earlier, who was it that said hate having to be connected to the internet? That's probably one of the reasons why you have to be connected, is so they can fucking fight against that. But I don't know. I feel like having to do that kind of malicious shit, not malicious, having to do that stuff is so invasive, and like honestly, it's just not fun. So honestly, I'm just kind of like, oh, piracy? Whatever. You could almost put that in the realm of piracy to some extent. For years back, you could block your Steam from connecting and play most of the games in offline mode, and it wasn't even counting the time. Interesting. That's very interesting. Would I put a good stealth system in Super High or upgrade the stealth system? Probably not. Because the game isn't really focused on stealth. Whatever is currently there is like really basic and just there for like the aggro, the aggression system. But the game isn't really focused on stealth. I think if I were to ever make a sequel, I would probably improve some of the stealth, but I don't think I'm ever going to work on a sequel. I don't know. Maybe in the future. Who knows? Maybe in the future. I don't know. Co-op, level editor, improved physics interactions, $30 instead of $15. Oh yeah, it's an upgrade. It's a sequel. Oh hell yeah. It's a sequel. You're a freak, how's it going? I don't know why so many people were asking for Super Hire to have PvP. I think they were coming from like the audience of like Double Action Boogaloo and whatnot. But like I'm not fucking with PvP. I ain't fucking with PvP, man. I don't think I'm ever going to fuck with PvP ever. Can I go inside the furnace? You can, but it doesn't deal damage to you yet. I'm being cooked. Turned into a cooked sausage. Gun Z addicts? Real. Train rot PvP when? We did have that stupid idea at one point where we can turn this into, like, have a mode, a game mode that's like Among Us. Where you have some people are selected to be like, traders, I guess, or like people that like are causing issues in the train. But I don't think I'm ever gonna do that. Did you know that Ken Perlin invented the Perlin noise in 1983 as a result of his frustration with the too smooth look of CGI at the time? What the hell? Is there a gap above the door or am I tripping? Maybe. I haven't tested this. What happens if you put an item in between the door? What happens? It blocks it! I gotta say, for how boring... Well, it can be kind of boring, like Tron Legacy. Honestly, it's a great movie. I still like it. Like, as a kid, I loved it. Because it just has such a cool sci-fi vibe and everything. The music is awesome. I tried to watch the OG Tron, but I couldn't do it. Call me a zoomer. Tron Legacy is boring. It's kind of like... It's not like the craziest, like, story in the world. But it's cool. I like it. Tron 1982 will always be the one that started my obsession. My father tried to get me to watch it and I just couldn't do it. The soundtrack and the visuals definitely carry. Oh, the visuals in the soundtrack are super. Sound effects are also sick. What was the one of the bad guys in Tron Legacy? The Rizzler. The Rizzler. The Rizzler. The Rizzler. His name is the Rizzler. He is now the Rizzler. He is the Rizzler. Clue. Yeah, Clue. Rizzler and the other guy, the old guy. Oh, I gotta clear my nose. Also, when some enemies crouch, their hands are facing the ground and you can't see the orange indicator. Wait, what? When some enemies crouch, the animation is like squatting. Their hands are facing the ground and you can't see the orange indicator. They shouldn't be allowed to shoot while they're crouching. I gotta look into that. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're saying, Valentino, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. You know what I played because I thought it was really fun? There is a Tron.io game. I forgot what it's called. Is it Tron.io? It's like something IO. And I played that for hours one time. It was, I don't know, it's so simple, but it was like fun. Someone probably knows what I'm talking about. Which one? There's been a few. I don't know. It's like really simple. It's got a simple design. Tron.io. It is called... I think it's called like Speedline.io or something. No, that's not it. Tron Game.io. Is it Cycle Wars? No, I don't think it's that. Maybe it is. Maybe it is Cycle Wars. No, I don't think it's that. Wait, is it? Dude, I don't even know anymore. No, it's the Light Cycle one. It's like a top-down view. I don't remember what it is, or if it's even still up. Powerline.io. It might be Powerline.io. Oh, it is Powerline.io. Massively multiplayer online snake. I think this was the one. Yeah, Powerline.io. Apparently, the last time I played this game, my name was Big Chungus, supposedly. Was the name? It was apparently, yes, Big Chungus. It's literally this. And then if you get really close up to other people's lines, you like speed up. It's literally Snake. But as like, it's like Slither, but as Snake. Dude, I played that for like hours. What up, Dens? I've been told you're making a game that I was making for quite some time. Can you explain your game? I wonder what it's about. It's a train game. It's a train friendslop game. You have to keep a train going with your friends while surviving from the passengers. That's the game. Oh, Danny? I was also trying to make a game about traveling on train, but no co-op part. Never finished it. Why didn't you finish it? Armageddon. Oh my god, this classic ass website. 2011. There was an update in 2025. That's crazy. They still updating it. I had to get a job to get food on the table. I get it. Did I just get censored? Yeah, we don't say job around here. Yeah, job's a banned word. We don't say that. Also, have you ever noticed when you do finish, the enemy teleports like 5 feet away from you? It's kind of like a random thing that is going to be pretty hard to fix. I wonder if having lower FPS... I don't know if you're playing on lower FPS, Valentino. Maybe it makes it worse. I'm not sure. It's a bit random. It's hard for me to fix that one, unfortunately. Call it skill issue. The J word is a no-no around here? No, that's fine. It's mostly just a joke. Mostly just a joke. A little bit of a meme. I play in 60 FPS. I gotta look into if the FPS makes it worse. I could try to find ways of making it less bad. Do I have a railway system in the game? No. The train actually does not move. It's just the surrounding environment. Because that's just easier for physics objects and everything. So the only thing actually moving is just the rails. And it's only on a straight path. The only thing that is moving right now is the tunnel. You said you have to keep the train moving. Well, you know, we don't tell anybody that it's not actually moving. It just looks like it's moving. Figure out the velocities and shit? No, no, dude, that would be too much. That'd be way too much. You're my favorite train tuber? Okay, listen, name other train tubers. How many other train tubers are there? Okay. Okay, we're making good progress on the maintenance systems. Let's not stop here. You got me? I know I did. I know I did. We need a UI that shows where the faults are occurring. We also need to generate where the faults occur. Can I see that lever getting pulled down again? Yeah.
Shit my pants, I did.
You can watch that all day long. You watch this. Yeah.
-5. Oh wait.
Oh wait. Fine, thank you for the prime. It's a little buggy, so there are things I'd like to improve with it, but it's fun. It's fun being able to have like different interactions with stuff. I think that's going to be this game's strong suit, is just interacting with stuff in the way that you like actually interact with things. Yeah, just some fun stuff. Being able to like drag things around and whatnot, I think is a good time. Sick spin, bro. Hey, thank you, Glizzy. Do we have Glizzy enabled in here? The emote, the one with the hot dog. What's what's in the new game showcase? What we got? Ah, yes. I think I follow the developer for this project. I think, unless this is a different person. I think I do follow this person. He really did capitalize on that whole fucking AI meme shit. With this, you guys remember how that one fucking guy got popular just posting this shit? I wonder what happened to that guy. Apparently, supposedly, they said that they were going to start working on an actual game. Supposedly. Supposedly. Yeah. Did I add more sounds in the beta? Yes. Yeah. Weapon sounds. And various other things that I forgot. But I'm pretty sure weapon sounds are the biggest one. Like throwing the weapons. When weapons fall on the ground and stuff. There's some sounds just to give them more context. And it sounds cooler when you throw a weapon at an enemy. You're like that nice weapon noise. I might change the metal bat. The metal bat sounds kind of ass, though. Damn, look at these comments, man. People on social media are just mad. Please just shut the fuck up and show the games. Stop wasting time and let the developers talk. I don't mind the talking, for the record. Show me the new Crimson Desert trailer. I'm going to sleep. I've never seen such a waste of time. I want to see what the spam could be. There's no spam. It's gone. It disappeared. People are just mad, man. They're 24/7 mad. They're bots? I don't know. I want to think that so that like my brain can just compartmentalize all of this stuff, but like I think people are just really just we need to make therapy more accessible. Good of Ginger Dev. We need to make therapy a little bit more accessible. And maybe a necessity for the rest of the world. I think it might be a good idea. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What you working on? It's a co-op survival horror. Hold on, I got oat in my mouth. It's a co-op horror survival where you and your friends have to keep a train operational by feeding the engine various objects like fire extinguishers, I guess, and repairing parts of it, like turning on the energy, which for some reason turned off. We don't have the system in to like turn it back on yet because this is just like on debug mode. Ah, there we go. There you go. And then you got to go from survive going from station to station. Will there be a kaboom and a cover of furnace opening violently because of the explosion? I'm going to do a lot of sound effect stuff here yet. Yeah. There's just no sound effects on it yet. The locker has a noise. But, yeah, certain objects that you throw in the furnace, I do want to make them explode. Like the fire extinguisher is a good example of one that would explode if you threw it in the furnace. He's very proud of the locker noise. I'm gonna say it. I'm very proud of this project so far, and nobody can tell me otherwise. It should negate the flame. Oh my god, the fire extinguisher having a reverse effect on the furnace. How long have I been developing it? This is about, I want to say just under 2 months. And it mostly works in multiplayer as well. So like other clients can see the same fuel capacity, the route progress. dragging objects around and stuff. Yep, I did that on purpose. Yeah, thank you, Danny. It's getting there. It's getting there. We're slowly getting the core gameplay loop done, which is a fun time. That train looks like it can fit a whole American person. Oh my god. It's a big train. It's on 2 rails. I'm about to get hit by the tunnel, aren't I? Uh-oh. I'm messing around with a ragdoll as well. But it's still got some work to be done. You're actually faster than the tunnel? I don't know if that's true. I don't think we're catching up. I've run out of stamina. I'm making a friendslop? Well, trying to. I think how I view friendslop is a game that's like, can be played with friends and isn't taken too seriously, I guess is like the main things. Oh shit, you can see the end of the... uh-oh. Might have to increase the amount of instances for this. Let's do 10. Alright. I feel like friendslop doesn't have negative connotations like AI slap does. It's more like a definition of the genre game. Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that. I don't say friendslop in a mean way. I just mean it as like, this is just kind of, at this point, it's just an actual definition or genre at this point. Not really using it in the same context that you would use AI slop, which is more like negative. To me, it just defines a new genre. Everyone just knows what kind of game you mean when you say that. Yeah, I think the thing with friendslop is you can quickly know what kind of experience you'll have. What kind of experience you have, what kind of emotions or things that you might expect, you know, that kind of thing. Degradation of language. Yeah, but to be fair, genres are only... Yeah. Genres have always been like that. Genre for anything. Music? Have you seen music genres for EDM? The amount of subgenres there are? That's real degradation of language. There's some games that are good. Maybe you'll be on that list as well. Maybe. There are also some friendslop games that have not received, weren't received very well. That being said, you can look at those friendslop games and kind of see like why they didn't really do too well. Like there's one where you push a wagon, but like when you're in the dungeons, everything feels really like clunky. So like I can kind of understand why that one didn't do too well. It has a really cool vibe to it. I forget what it was called. What was it? What was it called? Shit, man. Yeah, Pilgrim. Yes. Yeah, Pilgrim. I think it's literally called Pilgrim. Oh my god, the recent reviews are just very negative. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the? Oh, the project is abandoned. Dude, having that many reviews and straight up abandoned is crazy. It looked cool, but I think when I was watching streams, it was constantly like the main problem, I think, was that the monster interactions were just kind of like whatever. The rest of the vibe and atmosphere was really, really cool. Pro tip, don't release in early access. I don't know if I'll ever, like, I don't know. I don't want to say never. I will say though, after releasing Suit for Hire, I definitely know like I definitely know things I would do differently for an early access release. I would definitely do things differently. You kind of have to treat, the thing is you have to treat early access as like, this is 1.0 with a couple issues and maybe some missing content. That's realistically, that's how players view it, because at the end of the day, they're still purchasing a product. They don't care if it's early access or not. There will be like a percentage of people that are reasonable about it. But yeah, am I completely done with Suit for Hire? I think so. For the most part, I have one more update lined up. We'll see. I'm not going to promise any additional content, though. I don't want to promise that. I am worried of that. There are a lot of people that are in the reviews that are like saying, can't wait to see more of it, you know, worked on and stuff. I hope the devs don't abandon it. Like, I don't know. I kind of just want to move on. But I am still doing a little bit of polished stuff. I am still doing some polished stuff. Here and there. I did a little bit of optimization for the next update. Bro, please, for the love of God, move on. I know. Come on, man. You gotta be stuck with it for the rest of your life. Gamers be like... Yeah, no, I think I'll be honest in the next update post and be like, hey, I can't guarantee any more updates. I'll probably do patches with like bug fixes when anything like big pops up. But I think like new content, stuff like that, I can't do it. I'm just one idiot. You're the Suit for Hire guy now, bro? No! No! At least I'm not tutorial guy. Yes! Or course guy. Yep. Or YouTuber guy. You're like the Mr. Bean of game dev. So an alien? You're saying I'm an alien? You guys know that alien theory for the Mr. Bean? But yeah. People want more content, more content. I think the problem is that's not even just... the problem with gaming right now is that people wanting more content, more content, more content is not even just for early access. It doesn't matter early access or not. Obviously, people in early access might expect more content. There's more expectation of it. But I feel like we're seeing a thing now where even games in 1.0 full releases, people are like, devs are expected to just constantly update it. Just, yeah.
Kermit the Frog here. I'm not an alien. I'm a very human. I enjoy creating human products with human design. At Grok, turn this into a jellyfish. I don't know.
I feel targeted when you said tutorial/course guy. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't. I don't want that for me. I just want to be a game developer that makes cool ass games. I just want to make cool ass games. I might be a noob, but I'm trying. Theory, huh? No, what? When the intro of every Mr. Bean segment, when he falls from the sky, there's either theories of like him coming out from heaven, or it's him being thrown out as an alien to be put back on Earth. You know, like that opening with the light, and then Mr. Bean falling from the sky. I love Mr. Bean. I absolutely love Mr. Bean. Rowan Atkinson, in general, he's got some stand-up stuff, or like theater work stuff, and he's a pretty funny guy. So, back to work now that I've finished my overnight oats of the overnight. Let's write some more tasks. What do we got in here? We've created this. Put this here. Did you know that in that intro when he falls from the sky, the choir sings, it means, behold the man who is a bean. What? He really is an alien. The theory never dies. I don't know why I'm disconnected from Trello. There's a pop-up in the corner here. Okay. So, we now need to work on the maintenance system. So I think the easiest one would be the electricity going out. The texture on your train roof is stretched, by the way. Huh? Literally above it, top side? Brother, this is not arc rate. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you might be right. It's a little stretched. Like a little bit. And whatever. Dude, all of this art is fucking placeholder. Do you see that? Do you see that door over there? Do you see that door over there? This is all placeholder. Look at that. All of this is placeholder. This furnace, placeholder. That TV, not so placeholder. Kind of placeholder, but not really. I kind of like the look of it. It's got a very Loki vibe to it, which I like. This one, not so placeholder. This is like half placeholder. Half, I'm kind of happy with it, but it just needs more texture. And also there's a gap. What? What's the gap? What the... Really cool monitor? Yeah, pretty cool, eh? This is like actually the gameplay loop. It's actually like increasing on the server side. Players see it as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I know, Kat. I still have to fix that. I'm not too worried about it right now, though. Why does it turn off? That's just our testing system for electricity going out. I have to make it so it's actually... That would be like the next thing we do today, hopefully. Is making it so the electricity actually goes out by selecting this. And then this becomes the way that we do it. How does it work? The route to station is... So everything in here is 3D mesh. The progress bar is a 3D mesh with a masked material. And it increases itself using a custom primitive data in the material. Everything else is like the same thing. It's just a material. Yeah, that's about it. No, it's not UMG. Because UMG is kind of expensive to render. So I've been trying to, like, instead use material for wherever I can handle it. Like, this is all material as well. This is all materials. So if I look, you could see there's thickness on the text. Not the best thing in the world, but you know, fuck it, you know, whatever. Who's gonna notice? Yeah. UMG is expensive to render. It can be expensive. Now, what we could do with the UMG is only make it show up, you know, obviously at a certain distance and stuff, but I just thought for this instance a model would work just fine. I was like, oh, fuck it. It's a model now. So in theory, the system's not in yet. We are currently finished the route. So what would happen is we would transition to a station level. Or we would stop the train entirely and then load in the instance for the train station or something else. I don't know what we would do. We'd figure it out. But yeah, that would be the plan. And then once you get back in and go into your next route, this would reset back to 0. If you do a cast 2 ever take, of course it'd be hard to render. No, I think just UMG and like itself, like a 3D UMG element is not exactly the cheapest thing in the world to render. Also, getting it to fake this this curve, which I think in real life this is not curved. I think it's flat on the inside. I don't remember, but it looks cool. You're gonna have to stretch your asshole, I'd say, and by that I mean level streaming. What's the correlation between an asshole and level streaming? Yeah, Loki was a pretty big inspiration for that thing because I thought it looked really cool. This like big monitor being like the focus. All right. Yeah. We got to work on the maintenance tasks. So, let's make a new list. Like electrical maintenance task. Okay, so we need to remove timer for turning on/off electricity. So remove the timer when electrical when the fuse box is selected as a maintenance task, turn off electricity on cabin manager. Fuse box / maintenance actor will specify itself as active. When the player completes the fuse box, remove active variable and turn electricity back on. What other things do we have to do? Okay. How did I do the fuse box again? I think if I remember correctly, I turned this into a grid. Yeah, turn that into a grid. Yeah. So when you complete this thing, I think it'd be cool that all of the fuses turn green. And then we'd also want to turn off interactability with this. So this light grid works off of a... If I remember correctly, it works off of a grid. What? I can't see shit. Well... I think this light index is set to -1 or something. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this is like a grid. So we could just make this green to signify that it's completed, and then that could be a good way of doing things. You should add voltmeters in game and cables where players have to measure voltage by attaching clamps to something. Doing it wrong would get funny sparks and free power charge. Can't ingest electricity with their weak flesh. Well, they are sausages. Yeah. Yeah. I like the idea of like, we could do like a mini game where you have to like match the voltages. That could be kind of cool. That could be kind of cool. I want to work on the cog one that we had as an idea yesterday, where we randomly spawn a cog or a gear. I'm going to say cog because I know someone's going to mishear that as cock. Random cog falls out and then randomly spawns inside of the cabin, and then you got to pick it up and then slot it in. Get the gears running back in. I kind of want to do that next, but let's do the electrical ones first, and then that way... That way it works. That way we can determine if this works. And then get started on some of the UI elements that we have to put in as well. Dionso, is there a reason you use Trello instead of Notion for tasks this time? Notion was getting a little out of hand with the amount of tasks that we were having, and there's like so many moving parts here that I actually felt like a Kanban board was like the best way of going about it. And I just didn't really like the Kanban board that Notion has. So I just went with Trello in this scenario. Just went with Trello for this one. It feels a little bit more organized, I guess. Add an ability to attach clamps onto another player's back. That's psychotic. Wouldn't they technically get shocked by that, though? Remove timer for turning on/off electricity in the cabin manager. Okay, so that's the first thing we can do, which I think is in begin play. Is the voltmeter? Is that the like the thing that shows how much voltage is in something? Okay, so that's already done. That was the only thing removing. That was the only thing killing the electronics. Set electronic state. Okay, very cool. Are links allowed? They are allowed. Indeed. Yeah, I remember these things. Yeah. Or, well, versions of them. I know, maybe this is the one that I think that I've seen before. The ones that are just like metal sticks. or whatever it's called. I've seen those before. I don't know if we would use an item like that in the game. It would probably be some like, I don't know. I like the idea of like some sort of matching thing, and you gotta like match a use a bunch of buttons on like a console or something to match values. I do want to make the mini games like approachable, like nothing too crazy with like puzzles and whatever that's like way too much, you know. I want to make them relatively approachable, but at the same time like still, you know, a little bit of brain power. Yeah, connect the wrong thing and then switch a lever and get zapped. There's going to be different tiers of maintenance tasks. Tier 3s mean they're dangerous. They can damage the player. Tier 2s mean then they can emit sound. And sound usually, you know, is not very good for you because that can notify nearby passengers or monsters. And then tier 4 is literally like if you don't manage this, the entire run is destroyed. AKA the nuclear bomb. Ah, yes, the nuclear bomb. You better have some actual shit like 6, 7 and other brain rot in there to honor the name. I don't know if I'm going to have like actual legit brain rot in here. I don't know. I don't know if I want to like really like ease into the whole brain rot thing. I know it's called train rot. Okay, I know, which is a play on words of brain rot, but I feel like I don't know if I want to like, you know, I don't know. The 6-7 monster. 6-7. Do you die or do you live? Huh? Okay. The fuse box. Well, we need a system to choose which maintenance task is going to occur. So we'd probably want to open up the game state. Let's open up the game state. All right, game state tick. Okay, so I think we would select when something goes wrong from the train state tick. We could maybe have a variable in here that's like time since last maintenance. And then we could, every tick, have a % chance that increases over time that then causes something to go wrong in the train. I think that could be kind of cool. Funny, though obnoxious. Yeah, I feel like I want the comedy to just be natural. And I feel like that's enough to be like, you know, brain rot. I feel like I'd want the comedy to be natural in a way. Okay. So we can use the route distance. Instead of taking the overall game time, you can use the route distance to determine how much more things break over time. Because we want it at the beginning, things don't break as often. And then as the train goes along, it's, you know, got more mileage or kilometerage, whatever you want to say. And so things might break more often. So we'll take that into account. Let me write this down. Path progress effectors for maintenance task what's the word I'm trying to look for? Quantity? maintenance task, not quantity, density, maintenance task. Guys, what's the word I'm looking for? Like my cat fart door locker sound. Hey, listen here. All right. Do you guys want to hear what the actual sound for that is? All right. I'll show you what the actual sound for that is. All right. And you'll see that, like, you'll see what I was trying to do. And then somehow I fucked up my math and now it's just stupid sounding. That's the sound. It's literally just a squeaking metal door. And I'm not changing that math because I love that door. I love that locker. It's not a Wookiee. It's not a Wookiee. Effectors for maintenance task. It does not sound like a Wookiee. It's a metal door. Density thesaurus. Is density not the word? I'm looking for a word that is like frequency. Frequency. Path progress. The other one would be current station. Yes, that would be the one that we'd probably want to put in there. That being said, the path progress is not enough to determine how long it's been that we've been in the path. So we might not actually want to use, well, we actually might want to use both path progress and the amount of time that you spend. Path progress, current station, time spent in route. Basically, this is, I'm coming up with the different factors that might increase the chances of maintenance issues. En route, okay, whatever. Français, en route, whatever, man, whatever. Time spent en route. Path progress, current station, time spent en route. I guess another one would be difficulty. Whenever we end up doing that. So path progress, current station, time spent en route. I think the train speed could also be an interesting one. No, I don't want to do that though. I think the train speed being slower should agitate monsters or passengers more. They become more agitated. We don't spawn more maintenance tasks because of the train speed. These things going poorly, or like the train having so many things to repair, affects the monsters on board, makes them more active. I think that should be the way we do it. Yeah. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, we're not going to do that yet. I'm just writing that down here just so I know. Okay, cool. What we're going to do for now, though, is we're just going to do it on a time basis, like every 30 seconds for testing. So every 30 seconds, we will select a maintenance task that is valid. We'll go through all of the cabin managers, and we'll select one that is valid. Which means, I think in our maintenance task, we need to create a variable for this called, like, valid task, because there's going to be some of them that are in, like, I'm going to be working on. This is just for development stuff. So I think valid task by default will be on. But then in the pipe valve, because this doesn't work yet, we're going to turn that off. Do you know how to set an object with physics to not be able to push it with character movement without disabling the whole physics interaction with the character? Wait. Do you know how to set an object with physics to not be able to push it with a character movement without disabling the whole physics interaction on the character? How to set on object with physics to not be able to push it with character movement. You could up the mass. I think there is a way of doing it where players can't push it. I know what you're talking about. Good question. Like, you can increase the linear dampening and angular dampening, and that can help a bit. I swear there is a way of... Good question. I don't know, actually. Maybe try one-way interaction. If set to true, this body will treat bodies that do not have the flag set as having infinite mass. No, maybe not. I'm not sure. Have I seen EXE Killer? I think I have. Is it the one that's kind of like... Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've seen it. It's neat. It does look very work in progress, but it's got a very cool vibe to it. Did they really like release a new trailer or something? It's definitely got a very cool vibe to it. Drive slop. Car slop. Cyberpunk slop. No, it's got a cool vibe. It reminds me a little bit, the UI elements remind me so much of like, it reminds me a little bit of, Arc Raiders. Drive slop is a thing, the long drive. We're creating genres out of everything. I love the thumbnail art for this though. That is killer. No pun intended. That is a killer. Fucking looks sick. I gave a critique of the PDA for this game. The dev actually fixed it. Hell yeah. Devs that listen. Okay. Okie dokie. Alrighty then. Where was I? All right, every 30 seconds, let's just select the next maintenance task. Unlike someone cough. What the hell, man? I've done my part. I've done my part. I've done my part. Ah. The door, object is a door that's moved with physics custom event, but I don't want the player to move it with his own movement. You could always turn off physics on the door for that period of time. But I don't really know the details. Reminds me of when I worked for a crypto game company. I'm so privileged to not have to like do any contract work anymore. I'm so privileged to not have to do any contract work. I've been on some borderline almost NFT kind of fucking places, and like I was like, yeah, that was an interesting period of time. Bro, they were trying to compete with Fortnite. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm extremely privileged to be in this situation where I don't have to do contract work. And that's thanks to you guys and anybody buying the game. My suit for hire and stuff like that, and subbing, and yeah, it is definitely. I do not take that for granted. Even though sometimes I procrastinate a lot on stream, that's on me. Sorry. Some things never change, I guess. When the fuse box is selected as a maintenance task, turn off electricity on the cabin manager. So let's do the system for selecting a maintenance task. There's a glitch when you grab an enemy, when you're undetected, you can execute them. But when you are holding them and get detected, you can't execute them anymore. Like the backstab one, Valentino? Game was Big W. Purchase sub was, I don't know, might return the sub. The backstab. Let me, I'll put that on the bug list. Let me slap it on the bug list. I won't paraphrase it just yet. Was there another bug that I wrote in here? Where's my actual, like, working list? I don't even know. Just the sheer amount of useless team meetings, my god, PTSD. Yeah. Yep. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that like I can do a better job being a lead. I'm, you know, I'm sure many people who have worked with me in the past probably, you know, could have their fair share of criticisms of how I approach things and maybe my lack of communication because I'm just like so actively working on stuff. Yeah. That, you know, that's on me. As we just discussed in our team meeting. Okay, so we want to keep track of every time that we do a maintenance task timestamp. Now, what we might want to do is actually be like, hey, let's write a description for this. When the next maintenance task is selected, game time. When the next maintenance task is selected, game time. Okay. So when we get the tick for the train state, we're going to set this game time in seconds. Wait, do I want to do get game time in seconds? Or do I want to do get server world time seconds? Return the simulated time seconds on the server. Game time in seconds might not be a good idea. Returns the time should be used when the player started. I think we're gonna do get server world time seconds. I think this might actually be our new, at least for game state stuff. This might be like the thing that we want to do. Okay, so we'll do plus. I don't know. Let's do it 15 seconds just for now. So this means whatever the server world time seconds is when this game state begins, which would be 0 in theory. If I do a print string here, this should spit out. This should just spit out 15. 15. Okay. I'm a programmer. Yeah. I have nightmares of being fired from my current job. It involves three meetings per week. Dude, I cannot deal with meetings, man. I get it, but I also like don't at the same time. Yeah. Our boss's incompetence was just through the roof. It's mostly an art department, which I worked in. Bosses are a lot of times didn't listen to us. That something could have been done better. Shit like bad prioritizing, constantly changing the scope, and putting vibe-based production. There are I don't know if this is something in the entire like tech industry that is a problem. Maybe it is, but I feel like the game industry more so is probably just not, it hasn't matured enough to like. But that being said, you're always just going to have bad managers that are just not very good at their job, or they're good in certain spots and then bad in others. And sometimes the ones that are bad in others is really bad for like everybody. So I don't know if it's like, maybe it's just not even a tech thing. It's just like, I don't know. Hit him, Shaq. Yeah, I think micromanaging is an indicator of multiple things. Could be lack of trust between the director or the manager and the employee or the person working on stuff. Could just be that the employee maybe doesn't know enough and therefore the manager is helping out in some way, or they perceive that as them helping out in some way. Yeah, micromanaging I think is like an indicator of certain things though. Once the enemy see you or see the bodies, they can't be executable on all, and they always know where you are. Yeah, that is one system that might be a lot harder to fix. Like I think no, I don't think I did. I think I had plans for changing it up a little bit, but yeah. Micromanaging beforehand always leads to resentment. I think you let the failure happen that leads to micromanaging. Maybe I'm using the wrong word. Maybe not micromanaging. Maybe training is a better word for that. I think the thing is that some managers forget is that they forget that they're dealing with humans. I think that's something that happens quite a bit. Is that they have to remember that people have, a limited amount of time. They can't do 5 million tasks at once. And then many things occur. And one thing that's going to occur right now is I'm going to piss myself. I got to go to the bathroom. Give me a second. Hello. Yeah. I think though, I think directors also need to direct. But without like, I think a good director is someone who gives and also takes. You know, I think there has to be a director that has to put their foot down. I think going too far in one direction or the other is not good. Like if you give too much control, I think the problem is everybody has differing opinions, and then not everyone ends up not being like on the same page. And that's going to happen even if everybody has a similar vision of like what they know, what the game's supposed to be. There's going to be moments where things are kind of like all over the place. But then there's the opposite end, which is there's the director literally holding everything way too close to heart. And then it's like, that also can suck. So I feel like directors just have to have a healthy balance of being able to trust their team, but also be like, okay, let's just do this, you know, like being a director. I feel like there has to be a healthy balance between the two. If the task timestamp, hold on, let me go back here. Let's read from this. Yeah. Need two sides of the same coin. One person everyone equally hates, one person everyone loves. Is it both of those people with the same goal? And the goal is the actual leader. That's the thing with like that I really hate about when a studio is at the fucking grips of another company who is, you know, rightfully so in some respects. They're investing in that company or whatever, investing in the studio to make the game a thing. I just really hate that kind of like chokehold that's kind of there. Like a publisher, but also just like other people too. Like there are situations where you have an IP owned by a company and you're kind of at the chokehold of that IP. That's not necessarily a publisher. There's just different scenarios where it could occur. Or you have like investors and then you have to like satisfy stakeholders in some way and stuff like that. I hate that shit because I understand it's a business at the end of the day, but for such a creative process where you kind of have to let things flourish, stakeholders I feel like don't want mistakes. They don't want like any of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like it ends up kind of being this like really kind of toxic situation where money kind of gets in the way of creativity. Yeah. You know, Tay, I'm back. How's your day going? It's going pretty well. How's yours? Like Naughty Dog, IP, and money from Sony. Like I get it. You know, there has to be someone that invests, but it's like, I don't know. It gets rocky. The waters get muddy. I think it just completely broke me. Made one quick was that a lot of times I'm working on something and they were just going into it and modifying shit themselves and then telling me to finish what they've left. Like, man, let me work. I feel like in the creative industry, management is supposed to be the barrier between the artist and the money. I think the industry lost touch with this approach. There are still people that do it really well, but yeah, at the end of the day, the managers end up being the people that have to deal with that stress and anxiety of the money and stuff. I don't remember what the last game was that talked about that. They literally talked about that. I don't know if it was like God of War. There was a documentary that talked about that. They were like shielding their artists and developers from the bureaucracy and whatnot of the money issues and stakeholders. I want to say it was God of War. Was it God of War? There was a game that had a documentary that talked about that. I don't remember. Working on more systems for Godot for a 2D project I'm working on? Hell yeah. Server world time seconds. If the server world time seconds is more than or equal to the next timestamp, Well, for now, let's just do a print string. Work on more system for Godot for a 2D project we're working on? Hell yeah. Ah! Okay, assign next maintenance task. Okay, so we called it after 15 seconds. Very good. So the idea is we would call a function here that assigns a task, and then we redo the maintenance task timestamp, and then this will then take all of these calculations in account, ideally, at that point, and then that would increase. For now, we're just going to do every 30 seconds after the first one. And kind of go over there. I actually got laid over in the end, but yeah, congrats on getting laid. Stupid ass chatter. Idiot. Here, Freddie. Happy New Year. We're 7 days in. 8 days in. Sorry. Losing track of time. Shit's fucking crazy, man. I'm sick of balls. Woo! Been bouncing between 2D and 3D projects to get system functional, so I can work on a 2D horde project similar to SAS Zombie Assault. Ooh. Ooh. Is there a reason why you're bouncing between 2D and 3D? Is it just kind of like playing around with both of them, trying to keep the productivity going, keep the spark going? 8 days already? Fuck. Before you know it, it's going to be 6 months and the game is still not finished. This time I will release a game in a respectable, responsible amount of time. I will. It will happen. I will do it. It won't be another 5 years. It won't be another 5 years. Yes! Yeah! Dies. Okay, so we're gonna take the maintenance time. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna add 30 seconds to this, or maybe 20 seconds. We'll do 30 seconds. It'll add 30 seconds. 5 years later, your webcam will still be tilted and train slop unreleased. My camera is not untilted. I'm fucking grabbing your face. I'm grabbing your face and then I'm letting go. Hey, listen here, asshole. Okay. Throws sand in your eyes. The webcam is not tilted. It's just the wall that's tilted. This fucking place is built with twigs and paint. Relatively high quality paint, might I say. I think. I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm not a professional. It's slightly tilted to your right. You guys are just crazy. I think you need to tilt your head to the left. That's just a dynamic camera angle for style. Damn right. Okay, assign next maintenance task. Yes. Yes. Me tilting my head to the left makes it even look more tilted. Okay, tilt to the right. Tilt to the right. The other way. Other way. Other way. Tilt. Getting the HDR settings right is weird and hard. Would you use one of those like things that you can buy that like calibrates the monitor? Would that work on that? You know, I think I brought up my Where is that thing? I brought my, I used to have a desk clamp to hold the webcam up. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll hold that fucker up somewhere, just have a different angle, and then you guys can all say it's tilted because it's a different camera angle. Sugma. Been trying to get a feel for both dimensions so I can understand how certain systems can be used by both. What are the limitations for certain game dimensions such as gravity and enemy AI? Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. What's this Imgur link? No, dude, that's literally like it's you can't that it's just like it's just like it's not it's literally no, it's not that whatever, man. Fuck off, man. It's not. Select random maintenance task. Output maintenance task. What if we want to, instead of selecting an actor, place a fire somewhere, and then you got to put out the fire? What kind of a thing do we do that? What we'll figure it out. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't know what we're gonna do there. Also, from a cinematography perspective, it reflects your current health state. It's more reliable. So as like time goes on, we just make it more tilted. No, you guys aren't supposed to see that. You guys aren't supposed to see my doorway. That's literally like, you can't do that. Go away. Okay, what if I center it? I'm pretty sure there's a reason why I did it this way. Wasn't there a reason why? I think it was like the intermission showed something. I don't remember. There, are you guys happy now? It's straight, but well, kind of. Is my monitor tilted? Is this shit not straight? Bro, where's my leveler? Uh-huh. I don't know. It's fine. It's straight now. Close enough. Whatever. Symmetry's boring anyway. So true. So true. Wait, hold on. My camera's like not centered anymore. Wait, is it? No, well, fucking who cares? The walls being tilted might be real. Maybe he's onto something. I'm telling you, it is. I'm telling you, the walls are like not perfectly straight. The ceiling's not perfectly straight. The fucking floorboards are not perfectly straight. It fucking makes me so upset. It makes me so upset. I get so angry. Eddie. I can focus on 2D. I like to keep my first game to be simple as previous projects. I hit scope creep. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the scope creep crew. Welcome in. There's a complimentary fruit juice in the corner. It might have gone bad. How about you just straighten the walls? Yeah, let me just like break down all the fucking like shit that's on the walls and then straighten the wall. Let me get on that. Complimentary overnight oats. It has no flavor, no salt, nothing. A little bit of sugar. Anyways, we grab the cabin manager and then we grab the maintenance task. First and foremost, Never mind. We're gonna shuffle this. Wait, no, I don't want to shuffle it. We're gonna create a local version of this. Local cabins. And then from local cabins, we do for each loop with a break. Yes. Yes, and then from here we check the maintenance tasks. If it is not empty. First we check if it's empty. I guess we could just do a for each loop and whatever. Whatever, man. Shut up, man. Shuffle this. Shuffle. I'm working. Turn up the music. It's already done. Oh, fuck. I wish it was one of those, like, progressive tracks where it's, like, 11 minutes long EDM track. Ah. Oh. God damn it. Why is it that when you reload, your mag falls out on the ground and you shoot your mag, it creates a blood decal? Wait, you can shoot the magazine and it creates a blood decal? Excuse me? I didn't know that you could do that. Let me put that on the list, Valentino. Let me put... Oh, man. Maybe that's why the guy gave a negative review. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. No gimmicks, remember? No gimmicks. Yes, my favorite Call of Duty level. You can try it. It's real. I gotta look at that. Do I have any suggestions on maintaining scope on a game or philosophy when developing a game? Whenever you come up with an idea or a concept or a feature, that feature should be integral to the overall pillars of the game. If it's, you go through like a little checklist, right? You come up with an idea. First thing is, does it match the game? Does it actually like work within the realm of the game? Does it actually add value to the game? Is it going to add enough value to the game that it is a responsible amount of use of your time as a developer? And then another thing I would say is, what are the potential iceberg effect? What is the potential iceberg effect for the feature that you want to put in? Because there's a chance it might have to interact with other features of the game. What are the potential things you're going to come across when you start developing that? And you kind of just start theory crafting. And then from there, you determine, is this actually worth putting in or not? Or put it in the backlog. You know, that's kind of how I usually kind of try to come up with scope creep. And probably a bunch of other stuff. I don't know. If you let me like think about it for 30 minutes, I could probably come up with other points. Other points of things that I would like think about when I think of like new features to add in. I would also, I think I talked about this in the last stream. I would have two separate documents. Your first document is your ideas thing. You let any creativity, anything goes. And then your second document is your actual like development, Trello, Kanban board. Like this is your actual thing. This is the thing where you're actually like taking things into account. 100 randomly generated floors. Do not remind me of the demon game and how I actually thought I would do. A 100 floors. Yeah, have like a brainstorming page and then have an actual thing. Oh, hold on. We got to shuffle the cabins. Now, ideally, we actually don't want to shuffle this. And ideally, we would actually select, you know, based on the difficulty and where you are, maybe the closer cabins are the first ones that would actually break. And then later on in the game, maybe you're on like station 3 going to station 4. Yeah. But for now, we're just going to shuffle. For now, we'll shuffle it. So this gets shuffled, the maintenance tasks. Then we want to check, is the maintenance task valid? If the task is valid, and that's true, this will be our selected task. I thought you were cooking with the tower game. I wasn't liking it, man. Like I was liking it, but I felt like it would take way too much time to really get it going. And I could, like, you know, it's always, the project is still there. Like, it's in source control. Like, I might always go back to it. If you kick the mag, the sound breaks and it sounds like rattling. Does, like, the magazine just keep rattling permanently? I actually don't need a for each loop with a break here. Because when you do a return, it's going to when you do a return, it's just going to cut the function anyways, I think. Been bouncing in between doing courses on Udemy and watching guides on YouTube, and your input is valuable. Hey, no worries, Tay. I hope I can be of assistance. I actually like the 2-page approach. I might start doing that. Yeah. There's like multiple ways you can kind of think about it. I think the biggest one is like come up with pillars of what your game is meant to be and try to constrain yourself as much as you can to those pillars. It doesn't permanently rattle? Okay, as long as it doesn't permanently rattle. I don't know why the magazine has blood. Why does the magazine bleed? Why does he bleed? Okay, so select random maintenance task. So in here, we'll select a random maintenance task. And then we need to make a node in the maintenance task. This will be a overridable event. Man, how are we going to do the multiplayer for this? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Server set task active. Reliable, 100%. Task active, rep notify. The task would become active. That also means that the maintenance task needs to be replicated. The net update frequency, we can make it 10. And then I believe these will probably adjust their own values here. I actually don't know what this was set to by default. I don't think it was 100. That's psychotic. I think we're going to go 25. Although that's also pretty fucking gnarly. We could always make it so the server will call it and then this will actually start replicating. That was an idea I think we had at one point. Is we make it start replicating when it's needed. Grim, there's a huge difference between 1440 and 4K. I'm okay with my 1440. Honestly, I'm quite happy with it. I'm sure there's a huge difference, like obviously the pixel density and everything, but oh man, this is gonna be quite a bit of work. This is going to be quite a bit of work. So the game state will select a task. This would also probably set an array of maintenance tasks that are currently valid. I think it should be okay. Class defaults should be set to replicate. I'm wondering though, I feel like... Okay, we'll think about it. Let's do this first. Select random maintenance task, then we want to set active. Server set task active. The beauty about doing a run on server is this is technically already running on server, so I think like it's kind of counterproductive, but whatever, that's fine. Server set task active. Okay, then from here, then from here, the fuse box is going to override the server set task active. No, the on rep. Please tell me I can override this. On rep task active. Okay. Override on rep task active. Oh, fuck. I can't override the function. We're going to have to create a custom event for it. Wait, are you sure? Are you sure I can't? No, are you sure I can't? It cannot be overwritten. Ah, well, here's what we'll do. We'll do a branch. The task is active, do the thing. Let's make a custom event for this. Is it because the function is another blueprint? I don't really know. I guess it's private and you can't override it, which doesn't really make much sense, but some C++ might be ideal for this. You are not wrong. But yeah. Maintenance task activated. Bada bing. Bada bing. And then the maintenance task activated. Oh, this calls it on every client. Okay, so has authority. Then from here, we want to check has authority. And then we want to get... cast to the game state. Get the game state. Shit myself. Yes. Then from here... in the fuse box, specifically the fuse box, we need to... Where the fuck? Where's this happening? Ah, ah, yes. We need to call the cabin manager. And then the cabinet manager sets the electronic state. Do you know if there's an API I can get on my Twitch chat? For example, my last viewers in my stream, my followers and stuff like that? There probably is. I don't know. Am I trying to emit signal so when it completes a task? Yeah, so the communication system is as follows. the server will basically check when a maintenance task needs to be run. So a task that it will basically say, hey, break this thing so that players have to repair it. So the server will select what to break. And then that way players will have to go and get to it and fix it. The players need to know what is broken. So that's how we're setting this to active. And then we're doing a notify. So any players that rejoin the lobby in the middle of the game will still get any active stuff that's broken. Right. So we're getting to that point. And then when, ideally, the idea is when the player has completed a task and actually resolved it, then from the game state, we then tell, hey, this thing is fine now. The thing is, we do have to add this to an array, probably a struct array. And then that would do some stuff there. So a lot of interesting stuff. Have to take into account quite a few things for multiplayer. So the fuse box is actually not getting the game state. We need to read the cabin manager. Okay. Would a boolean for the objectives within the array manage all the tasks and then do a random pick from the array work? So on server side, we get all the cabins, and the cabins are on a well, every cabin will have like a manager that keeps track of it. And then we shuffle that. Then it goes through and checks if it's valid, and then it shuffles the tasks that are associated and then picks one from there. So that's kind of how it works right now. It's going to get more complex as things goes on, but that's kind of how we're doing it right now. Also, in the art exhibit level, there's a challenge where you need to break 40 glass, but there's only about 20 glass, so you have to restart the checkpoint to keep breaking glass. Do we really not have 40 glass objects in there? There should be 40 glass objects in there. I'll have to look into that. I'll look into that, Valentino. I might adjust that. There should be more glass. Like a bunch of glass boxes and stuff as well. Yeah, I might have to adjust that. Okay, so this now spits out the cabin manager. No, you're good, Tay. I mean, it's all good. I'm trying to figure this out as I go too, to be honest. So I'm still trying to figure it out. Oh, shit. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this here. No, this is a bad spot to do this. I'll leave this here because it's always good to have that, but no, you're good, Valentino. I gotta look into that. Let me write it down. It's possible that might have changed, like, because that level got a lot of adjusting. So it's possible that I just didn't take that into account for the challenges. So I have to look into that. Maybe I was accounting for players restarting, but I feel like that's not a good way of going about it. Okay, so what we could do in the cabin manager is when we gather the relevant actors. We can set the parent cabin manager as self. That way, the fuse box can instead read from the parent cabin manager and then set the electronic state. And now we can actually start testing this to see if it's working. Oh, finally. Finally, we can see if this all works. In theory, the only one that should work is the front cabin, because it's the only one that we have maintenance tasks associated. And the valve technically doesn't even work. So in 15 seconds, the electricity should go out if all things were done correctly. Access none, trying to read property, select a task actor is not a U class. The select random maintenance task selected actor is not a U class. What? Access none, trying to read property, select random maintenance task, selected task actor is not a U class. Oh, the parent cap. I don't think that would be a problem, though. Is that not being set? Oh. It didn't save. Of course not. Because when you click a button, this doesn't mark the fucking save file as dirty, so it doesn't actually save. So no wonder it couldn't get anything, because there's nothing to get. There's nothing there. Oh, stupid, stupid, Unreal, stupid. Okay. Now the electricity should go out after 15 seconds, if I did this correctly. Let's see. Now, the next job. Okay, the next job is, okay, here's the next job. We need to make it so we can turn the electricity back on and remove itself from the maintenance task. All right, let's take a look at this fucking spaghetti code. Okay, we have a do once in here for the knife switch. Okay. This would be our spot where we turn the electronics back on. We'd probably want to run this on server. And by probably I mean yes. most likely. And we'd also want to server set task active to false. Am I stupid? Yeah, I don't... this is probably not going to work in multiplayer. But let's... 3 clients, editor window. Let's take a look. I don't know why the wind activates. I got to fix that. Okay, so the clients are not getting the electricity going out. Okay. It's a good start. We can fix that first. So I wonder why the clients didn't get it. Oh. Yeah, we actually... I think we don't want to do that on authority. This has to be done client side as well. Whew. That can happen. Yeah, the nail gun can like nail an enemy straight to the wall and then they look like they're still there. All right, nice. Let's see if hooking this up turns the energy back on. Oh my god, it worked! What? Now let's see if a client can fix it. I don't know if they can. I don't know if the client can fix it. Let's see. The wind, man. The wind. Where's the wind coming from, man? Okay, so the power went out. Let's see if... Can the client fix this? Oh my god, cinema. Yeah! Okay. Well, it's step 1. Step 1 of the maintenance task system. Video game. We're video gaming. How does he do it? I don't know. I have no clue why, how this works in multiplayer. It technically shouldn't. And I bet you it doesn't. I bet you if one of the players goes outside of relevancy and then comes back in the train, the state of the electricity will be incorrect. I bet you. I bet you $5. Okay, hold on. Looks like the light went out. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. Did you get this fucking... Wait, why did the wind stop for a second? Okay, it looks like we're at the back of the train. This guy fixes it. Okay, great. But then this guy has to run back. At least the doors are open. That's true. I have to fix that sound bug. It is not a good bug. Wait, the fucking lights went out again because the task broke again. Oh, you... And then I gotta fix it. It's only a do once. Oh, mother... Ah. Well, would you look at that? It's broken. Okay, so it does not work on relevancy. Good to know. Is it not relevant because the cabin manager is not relevant? But when we enter relevancy, I feel like it should get that. I don't know. Okay, so we have some things to fix there. Okay. The game state sets the task as active. That handles it for us. This should 100% work. And then it sets it as a notify. Maybe we don't want it to be run on server. Maybe we just want it to be normal. Maybe it's like completely losing that RPC entirely. And this is already being run on the server. In here, I'm pretty sure. Yep. This only runs on the server if it has authority. So this is already being run on the server. So I wonder if this notify will keep the rep notify. Okay, let's see. Hold on. This then on rep task active sets the maintenance task to activated, which should work. Then that will call the fuse on the fuse box. It'll call this, which sets the electronic state to turned off. So that should work, unless the net call distances are different. This one is set to that. Oh, the cabin manager is not set to replicate. Would that be a problem? I don't think so. I think the players can have their own local version of this. Like, obviously, players will have a bit of a different, like, how the electricity goes out will be different per player. That's not a huge... Okay, we need to fix the audio. We need to fix the audio, okay? We need to fix this fucking audio. I'm gonna go crazy. Let's fix that really quickly, because I'm sure that's gonna appear in our next playtest, so just... I think it has something to do with the on-component begin overlap. We need to check that the other actor is equal to player pawn. And I'm pretty sure this should work. Because player pawn will get the local pawn. I think. Should? I don't... Maybe not. Multiplayer might be a bit of a weird one. Damn it. Ah, whatever. Okay, so lights went out. Let's hook this back up. Okay, but then what if this guy runs away? Okay, server assign next maintenance task. We need to reset this fuse, by the way. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced about it working 100%. But we'll see. This also not convinced that this is working 100%. The audio diffusion. I technically want this to only like be on the client side. So the server does not care about any other pawn. But for some reason, I think the server is calling, so the server called begin. The server earlier, I think, would call begin no matter what. But that's technically incorrect. Get player pawn should be done locally. Like maybe we want to do like owning player. This might not be the right like way to get the local player. Which I know it's not. I know it's not. What is owning player? Which one is this? Get owning player controller, get owning player pawn. That's for user widget. Well, we'll just have to see if this becomes a problem in an actual multiplayer scenario. Although I really wish we could fix this because it's annoying testing and having wind play constantly. Maybe it's not even the audio diffusion system. Maybe it is quite literally just on the player character. Just turn off the wind sound. Let's see. If I do a print string here, which clients will receive that call? That's very helpful. Well, that's extremely helpful. Check for air pressure after the event begin play. Does this event begin play? Switch has authority. I think the problem with this is has network authority. I don't know if this is the correct. I don't know if switch has authority is the correct way to get, like... Yeah, I don't know if that's correct. I need to test something. If I do has authority, and if I do this one here, I need to double check this. Sometimes I just forget about these things. Begin auth. Begin remote. See, the server is calling authority, so he's doing timers for the other players as well, which is why we were hearing the wind. And that's why we were hearing that constantly. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm actually going to keep that one there. I want to do a branch and check is server. No, that's not right. How do I make it, man, I'm having a brain fart right now. How do I make it so we only run this begin play on the owning, controller? I don't know why I'm having such a brain fart to do this. Get the owner of this actor. Hold on. Let me see if this actually gives us... This, in theory, should give us all the player controllers for this. Player controller 1, player controller 2. There we go. That's it. We check if the owner of this is the player controller. And if it is, do this. If true, check for air pressure. Now if I do a print string, we should only see this 3 times. 1 for each client. There we go. Wind. 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 Done. Now when I go outside, I should hear wind on the server. Yo! Okay. I'm getting real hungry. I ain't gonna lie. I saw someone's getting stuck into the ground and rattling, but it's permanent. Only if you pick it up, it stops. Okay, I'll look into that. Can you get pushed by the wind outdoors due to strong wind? Not yet. Not yet. I would like to make it so it slows down your movement in the direction of the wind. I think that'd be cool. That would make it so it's like there's more of a advantage of staying inside of the trains, even though you have a higher chance of like seeing monsters and stuff. We'll probably do that in the future, I think. Sure, you're working overtime. Per policy, you are not getting paid for overtime. Please cease work. What? I thought I was just getting paid overtime. Double! Triple! So the idea is, whenever this gets selected again, so I'm thinking when the fuse box is a necessary task. I don't know, should we close this door? The problem is, we're gonna have to randomize this stuff. And then this fuse needs to be reset. So I'm wondering if we should automatically just have this metal door open and close on its own. Have the fuse, when it gets reset, pop open the breaker. So like this automatically just closes on its own. Ideally though, let's do one thing. Whenever this gets selected, let's reset it. Close the door automatically when the task is completed and keep it locked until the task can be done. Yeah. But I guess we do remove some player interactivity by doing that. But the nice thing is if this were to break or reset, it would be nice that it just opens, and then that way the player knows, oh, this is something that I have to interact with. Ideally, I think we'd have other like indicators, like, hey, maybe there's a light on it or something like that. Yeah. Okay, well, first and foremost, let's do one thing. When this fuse box is selected, we want to probably randomize which fuse to use. So we actually don't want to do this on begin play. We want to do this on maintenance task activated, set the fuse indexes, and then something we'd probably also want to do is reset the knife switch back to its off state, or its current rotation, which is 0. I guess we could do it in the maintenance task activated. Let's see if it works. Let's do this first. Right, okay. Have this guy stare at this. Have this guy stare at this. Okay, the fuse is randomized, and the other client's got it. We can do that. Turn the knife switch, turn the power back on, and then we're gonna see if it will reset again after 30 seconds. If the fuse jumped out, we're gonna keep that for the gear, or the cog. The cog will randomly spawn a cog somewhere, and then you have to find it and go do the thing. I guess it would be kind of cool if the fuse kept its location where it was. So that updated. What did not update, however, is the knife switch at 0. And I don't think... Shit. Well, whenever we set the fuse indexes, no windows. I don't want to. Let's also just do this. Let's just reset the knife switch. I don't know if that will work, though. Like, I don't know if the rotation of this will update on the server if someone is outside of... Not great. Not great. So maybe instead we put this in here. Another thing I need to do in here is, on top of checking if it's a valid task, we also need to check that it is not active. That way it does not select the same maintenance task that's already active to be set as active. So another thing to put in. There's an annoying enemy that is the guy that's the shields, not because they have shields, but even if you dodge them, they curve and hit you. There's like a few ways to kind of get around them pretty safely, I would say. Like, you can dive over top of them and shoot them. You can shoot, I think you can hit their feet. I think you can hit the top of their head. You should be able to perfect dodge them, though. Should be able to. But maybe again, maybe I need to test the game at 60 FPS and see if maybe somehow their rotation speed is somehow like sped up somehow. Shouldn't be, but weird things can always happen. Okay, so the power should go out. It randomizes the fuse. Power went back on. Very cool. And then it should break again. I don't think we can reset the fuse. I just want to see if it resets. Okay, it does. Albeit, I don't know if it's resetting properly, but... Okay, so we just need to do... I love how clueless those characters look. I can't wait to like make their eyes be able to move around and stuff. It's gonna be great. So we have to do ones here. This will do all this kind of fun stuff, and then we can reset the knife switch. Although, instead of a do once, actually, we should check if the task is active. And then that would be a better way of doing this. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave that for now. So test number 2. Now we should be able to do the event twice. So basically bring the power back on twice. Okay. Power goes back on. Very cool. Yeah, guys, welcome to the training regiment. Yeah, so when this fucker breaks, you just put the thing in the thing and then switch the thing. That's about it. I wish the fuse stayed where it was. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Anyways, a reset. Power went out on the clients. Okay. One thing I do need to do, by the way, is I don't think you need to actually match the... Was I channeling Moist Critical? I don't even know what the voice was trying to be. The fuse doesn't need to be correct for any of this to go through. So... Oh, wait, does it? Wait. Nope, doesn't need to be. Let's change that. They're gonna say, welcome to the train. I am the cabin manager. That would be pretty good, huh? If the current fuse index is equal to the valid fuse index. All right. Okay, so now if we try to do this and it's not the valid fuse, then it will not work. So now the power is going to go out now. Okay, there we go. So now if I try to switch this, what we should do is if this fails, it should flip back up. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. But that's it. So let's try that. Nope, nothing. And then if we do it successfully, there's no fucking way. It assigned it literally right when I did it. Well, it works. It works, but we should probably give things that just broke a cooldown, so they can't be selected again for a period of time. I feel like it'd be really annoying that you repair something and then it breaks again literally right as you repaired it. Imagine. See? That's annoying. Obviously for now, we don't... Literally none of the cabins have repair tasks. But that's working. Very cool. Very cool. You're gonna have one of these in every cabin though, right? Yeah, probably. So every cabin will probably have electrical components, and they'll all have a fuse box somewhere in the train. Now the cool thing that we kind of messed around with is, I don't know if it's on this train. Great. Yeah, here it is. Some of the trains will have the fuse box on the outside. So this is a fun one, where it's like, you have to climb the ladder, go to the second area, and then the fuse box is there. So that encourages a little bit of exploration. Fuse boxes could be in different spots. That sort of thing. Which I think should be fun. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be annoying. I don't know. Yeah. Like, we could test it out with this one. Like, we could actually just get this one, working now. Probably should add some sort of UI arrow to indicate where the task is at some point. I don't want to get too hand-holdy with it either. Like, I kind of want to reward players for, like, looking at their, like, you know, surroundings and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see as we do more playtesting just how hand-holdy we need to get with it. Of course, we are going to have, like, a whole interface that shows, like, which cabin has a fault. And what kind of fault it might be. So, like, maybe we'll have, like, a lightning bolt as an icon for, like, electrical fault or whatever. Or we have a fire icon for there's a fire on this one. That sort of stuff. But yeah, we'll figure out what we end up doing. I don't want to be too hand-holdy with the game design for this game. For helping players, you could play an audio ping on the broken desk to help guide players. Yeah, like this could have sparks coming out or something. We could have icons, like little painted icons, like electricity here, you know. Here, this could be electricity, but like a right arrow. Like we could do stuff like that for sure. And I think that could be kind of fun. Reward players for like looking at their surroundings. You know that all the streamers that continuously look at their chat won't know what the fuck to do. It's possible. It's possible. It might happen. We might just have to put some fucking item in the game that you always have with you that like shows you where things are, and it's like a sonar, and it like doot, 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 doot. You get like it kind of shows you where everything is. Like we might have to do that. We might need some sort of like data pad or something that you pull out with both hands. You're like, we might have to do that. We might have to. One thing we could do is each cabin has their own local UI that like exactly shows you where a fault might be. Like that could be something we end up doing. I don't know, we'll figure it out as we go along, right? How fun would it be with Twitch integration that you can show the live stream in the passenger cart? Could be cool. We will have a status monitor for sure. Like, but I kind of want it to be vague where it's like it'll show you every cabin as a square, but it'll only show like if something has a fault, it'll just be like a dot. I was thinking as an upgrade would be like it shows you exactly where the fault is. So if it's like here, it'll show like a dot there. But maybe by default, maybe we just end up just making it so it's like that's just always how it goes. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. My 5080's melting from that idea. So let's see. Oh right, yeah, it's returning false because it can't get anything. Let's just do a safety check and check if it's valid before it actually does anything. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do any decoupling. It was an idea. Like, we do need some run enders. Like, we have the nuclear bomb as a run ender. And it would be cool having a couple more tier 4s. But I don't know if I'd want to do, like... Yeah. Like, maybe decoupling could be, like, one of them. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so let me go to... Oh, man. Oh, wait, no. I can go back to the test level, which has all of the cabins there. Okay, so this one I believe, no, it does not. This one, however, has the fuse box. So now if I go here and do this maintenance task, we have the fuse box. We have 3 electrical components, which is the test lamps. This should now have the, yep, okay. So now this cabin can be selected as a task, which is cool. Now if we go back to the game world level, now we can have other cabins that break. Let's see if we actually spawned that one though. Yep, over there. Let's see if it breaks. Okay, it wasn't this one. We'll know if it stops operating if the lights go out. Which it will. It has to be the next thing up because the other one is currently active. The engine cabin is currently active without lights. Right about now. Right about now. Shuffle the cabins. Check the cabins. If it's not empty, shuffle that. If the task is valid and the task is not active, set the select task actor. What? I have a breakpoint here and it didn't run it. Don't tell me I gotta do a delay on this as well. Don't fuck with me. Don't be funny now. No funny business. Well, it did add it. Is it the delay that fixed it? No, it is adding it. What the shit? So it's getting the cabin managers, and it's adding unique ones, which means each one is a unique one. Which level do I prefer for the knock knock achievement? Is that the one with the kicking the doors down? Probably the... Is that the one with the kicking the doors down? I think it is. Probably the cathedral. But I think, I don't remember. I think that one's cumulative. I don't know if it's like you have to kill a bunch of enemies in one run. It might be. It might actually be that. Yeah, the cathedral, and then you can like restart and it'll keep the number, I'm pretty sure. I don't 100% remember. Okay. Let me guess. That cabin didn't save. Just a classic case of the shit didn't fucking save because I just didn't. Nothing actually got edited. Watch. You fucker. Oh, you stupid. I have to move the thing and then it'll actually be saved. That's gonna piss me off. Man. Unreal, come on, man. Okay, we got one. Let's run all the way there. I'm starting to think we need like an item or it's like a bicycle. So you can like quickly go from one end to the next. And then it has a bell. Ching ching. And it's like... And it makes a noise. Yes. That's what we need. That's what this game needs. Okay, so from the looks of it, seems like the front cabin was the chosen one. Let's see if this will be... This will work next. It's when we get out of this tunnel that it should work. Now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. It works. Does it work in multiplayer? Not 100% certain. Oh, great, it broke again. Should use the checkpoint to kick the door and kill one person over and over for 10 times, but I didn't get the achievement. Maybe it's not possible to cheat that one anymore. That's a new bug. What the fuck? What? What happened? What the heck happened? Huh. Anyways, 5-hour stream. I'm done. See you guys tomorrow, I think. Yep, tomorrow. But cool, good progress. We're making some great progress on the maintenance tasks. Not 100% perfect yet. I think there's still some issues in multiplayer that we still need to figure out. We'll definitely have to test all of those different variables, because I think there is still an issue if someone's outside of relevancy. This is not perfectly fixed. So something to figure out. I also think it'd be nice that these don't replicate until necessary. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, everybody. Thanks for lurking, chatting, and sticking around. And I'll see you guys in tomorrow's Friday stream. I might do a little bit of work off stream. Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I feel like we did a good amount of progress today, though. This is, like, actually a gameplay element. And then kind of go from there. Am I going to stream snipe Surefour and brick his games today? I'm not even Ascendant. I'm, like, hard stuck... What am I? Phantom 4? Phantom 5? Wait, Krim, before you go. What's this? I'll see you guys later.